Mhm. Yep. You're gonna get a whole tour of it, so it's your party house. I think they decided to stay, was the end result of that, just so you know. They're all waiting for you on the other side. Yes. Them and their secrets. Yes, great recap, I think. Okay. We'll go back to the relaxing music. So, the last thing Hearsome said to you all was, let me pull him up. He left the carriage to approach the family who is all lined up here on the stairs of the manor. And he turned back to you and he said, "These are the Sinclairs. They're servants of dear old Dad and have agreed to host me for an authentic Highharvestide feast. You are my retinue, so behave." And he winked at you all as he walked away. You are free to leave the carriage, and as he approaches the Sinclairs, and they all start shaking his hand, looking very eager to meet him. Some servants help you step out from the carriage and let you lower you down gently. Another servant takes the carriage out to the carriage house by the bridge that overlooks that chasm that you crossed. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's waiting. I'll have him wait on the stairs for you all to meet them. But yeah, they're all just he's just waiting for. They're all just kind of waiting and making small talk, essentially. Wonderful. Okay, let me pull up all of the characters you're about to meet because it's a lot. Give me a sec. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So the you already know Samuel Benningsworth, the guy from the carriage. He doesn't bother to introduce himself as you pass. And then the lord of the manor is Julius Sinclair. He takes the initiative to meet you, Pavel. Hello, hello. Welcome to our estate. We're humbly excited to host you all for this Highharvestide. We hope that our traditions are not too old-fashioned for you all, as it has been quite some time since we have hosted. Oh, allow me to introduce my family. First, we have Eleonora, my beautiful wife. And Eleonora will she looks very young compared to Julius, but beautiful, doe-eyed. They're all elves. Their ears may not look elven in the pictures, but they are all elves. And she just does like a simple like nod and like a half curtsy to each of you. And then there's my eldest, Declan. Declan looks very posh and prim as he gives you just a curt nod. And of course, my darling, beautiful daughters. Let me pull them up. Did I make them one sheet or two? Yeah, one sheet. These two are twins, Bethany and Charity. And they both speak in unison. Hi, it's so nice to meet you. excited too. We haven't had a party in so long. Julius turns to Declan. Declan, while I make the arrangements for our dinner, would you please guide our beautiful guest along the manor and give them a tour? Yeah, Dad, I will. He steps forward, and Bethany and Charity, the twins, also are going to join you as Julius turns to Hirsim. Hirsim, allow me to show you to your room before I get dinner ready. And Hirsim humbly obliges. And Eleanor just kind of fades away and just walks into the house. Not like literally fades away, she just like steps away. Yeah. I forgot, but there's magic here. She is dressed in maid's attire, and she was not introduced. I think he'd be fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, make an insight check. Insight on Shadow. Nice. Shadow seems definitely unsure and a little hungry. Oh, I do like your panther, Declan says. I have a hawk myself. You'll meet her later. And my father has many mastiffs. I'm sure we could arrange some food for your panther. What's its name? Oh, yes. No. We do get other foods for the mastiffs. I am sure the food would be similar to what the panther would desire. All right, well, let's do a tour of the grounds. Let's look at the maze. The two girls skip towards the hedge maze. If it's really too bad, I can turn it off. Ooh, I like that idea. All right. Well, follow me to the hedge maze. So Declan leads you all to the hedge maze here, if you choose to follow him. All right. So you see the entryway here in the bottom left. So this is an archway in a hedge. It leads to a cobblestone path with densely packed leaves of carved shrubbery. And the path ends in a junction and continues on. And it's a hedge maze. In the center, you do see what appears to be a fountain sticking up. And it's beautiful. This was a maze created by our great-grandmother. And the fountain is just a place to reflect and think about life. All right. Next we have the pond behind us. You see a colorful fish darting in the pond at the calm waters, and a large oak tree. Its boughs stretch out and nearly touch the water before reaching back up into the sky. Its green leaves shade the massive knotted trunk at the center, whose bark swirls and twists in meandering patterns. This tree predates the estate. We decided to prohibit its removal. The founding members decided to prohibit its removal, and we believe it was due to a long lost druidic faith. Druids are tree huggers, lover of nature. Yes, the Sinclairs have been a bloodline that has owned this estate for generations. Absolutely, it is my duty. He looks a little like, I guess I have to, you know? Yeah. All right, and then, okay, let's see what next. Let's go to, oh, the vineyard. And he'll lead you back on the trail to the left of the house, back to the vineyard, where you see, yeah, you'll see like the grapes and the vines of the vineyard. He has been very well tended to. Rows and rows of vines. Go ahead. Just a place of calm. I believe the rustling of the bushes and the sound of the fountain helps clear one's mind. Oh, yes, absolutely. After the tour, you'll be free to, well, I assume there'll be dinner, but then you'll be free to explore the grounds as much as you'd like. Absolutely. For the vineyard, you do see, you smell actually the sweetness of the grapes, and you see wooden casks and a small table with some goblets here. And he says, "Oh, I do believe we have a wine available for tasting if any of you would like to try some." All right. Oh, yes. The grapes are much more vivid and lively. I find the wine with so much more drawl in the material plane, but here, it's like bursting with flavor. He'll take up a goblet to drink with you, Pavel. Anyone else? All right, yeah. I don't know that we've come to it. Yeah, there was the drinks, the ales were provided at the beginning. I can't remember if you didn't drink just because you wanted to be clear of mind or because you didn't drink. You know, your character doesn't drink. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Oh dear. Yes, please, no punching. It's fine. You don't have to imbibe. I'm sure we'll have plenty of non-alcoholic options. All right. And he holds up his goblet to new friendships, and he'll have a taste and look at you all expectantly. Yeah. Yeah. It's the best wine you've ever had. It's amazing. Incredibly, it's a sweet, fruity, but not too sweet that it makes you sick, you know? Just like a nice, subtle sweetness, and smooth, and you definitely feel the alcohol. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoy it. I do love the vineyard here. Well, there'll be plenty more at dinner. Come, come. Yep. The two girls skip ahead as we go now to the garden. Yes, it's a big vineyard for a family to have. You do see lots of workers milling about, gardeners, maids, tailors, butlers, all milling about, taking care of their various tasks. Here we have our garden and our what's it called? The sun thing? Glass house. Greenhouse, thank you. And our greenhouse. Oh yes, yes, that's our cellar where we keep extra casks and our dogs' cages and things like that. All right, so the garden, you see a kaleidoscope of color in the flowers here, and you see several gardeners taking care to meticulously trim each flower. The air is filled with fragrance and the buzzing of bees. Rows of flower beds, greenhouses. Oh, there's a word. Potted plants spread it out around here, and yes, that's a well. Yep. There's just bees around that are just naturally thriving off of the flowers. So they don't tend to bees, but they just happen to be here. All right. Well, that's it for the grounds. Here's the gardener's hut, and we can proceed back inside if you'd like. Well, with a name like Honeybee. All right. Let's see. So next he will lead you, and the two girls will follow. Their heels will be clicking in the halls as they follow. Let me move people around where they're supposed to be. Okay. All right. Cool. They bring you into the foyer. Oh wait, these two. Kitchen. Okay. Where did my thing go? Oh, there. I minimized it. There we go. Okay. It makes it so transparent when you minimize it. You step into the foyer. Intricately laid hardwood stretches out throughout the giant cavernous room, reflecting the warm light of the oil lamp chandeliers. And across from the entryway, you have the giant staircase that leads up to a balcony and wraps around the foyer, supported by ornate wooden columns, polished to a gleaming finish. And here is our entrance area. You may place any of your coats or belongings in the rooms to the flanking you here. Or you'll be provided a guest room as well. The two girls skip off. We are going to our room. All right. Let me show you our gallery. And he will take you this way. Whoa. Whoops. There we go. I'm gonna take you in here. So dominating this room is a skeleton of a dragon, hanging from chains and posed as if it were in flight. The prize hunting trophy of the family. The skeleton shares this room with a lot of other trophies, paintings of various family members, modestly sized portrait of depicting younger Julius and Eleonora and the children. Yes, it is. It's a dragon that my family has slain. We're quite proud of. Yeah, this is why we were selected for the wild hunt. We're great hunters. Yes, King Oberon is his favorite pastime is hunting, and we hunt the evils in this land. Yes, quite hard. I definitely would not recommend it for the unskilled. This one was attacking our town of Greenbarrow, and we decided. Yeah, it did. Totally did. Mm-hmm. It was. Oh my gosh, this is saying like names like Mushu. No, I went like. We'll say Enetrix. There you go. All right. Yes, it was quite the hunt. We were able to lead it out with sheep of its lair and slay it. This was a red dragon. Make a nature check. Yeah. You think it wasn't like an ancient dragon, but yes, it was an adult dragon. Well then, up next, let's show you the library, which is straight across the hall here. Oh, did you have another question? Yeah, make a history check since you're from the area. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you recognize the town. It was kind of at a crossroads, so it was a nice rest stop for long distance travelers before they made it to Baldur's Gate. It saw a lot of strangers come and go, but it was a pretty small town. It had about 500 residents. And you wouldn't know about any history with a dragon there, but then again, remember their fashion's like over 100 years old, and your family doesn't live such long lives. Yep. All right. So the library. You see rows and rows of shelves filled with books scattered through this richly decorated room. You see two mastiffs resting by the fire. On the south wall, it's a nice warm fire crackling in a stone hearth with two plush armchairs. There's all sorts of books and scrolls, all sorts of reading material. Make a quick perception or investigation check. Of course, yes. Yes, wizard. Okay, great. All right. So Eudora notices actually you see the staircase in the middle which leads up to the second floor. You see there's actually a hidden trapdoor underneath. And but as far as the books, you notice some some occult subjects. Both of you notice, including curses, magical artifacts, and all sorts of like how to understand magic and things like that. Like not actual spell scrolls, but like reading about what magic is. No, we aren't, although my family takes some interest in it. We are all very practical hunters with bows and arrows, and I prefer rapier. But everyone, we've taken some interest in the Feywild to try and understand all of the magical artifacts and properties of things that we've encountered. No. Perhaps the prince would be able to help you out with that. I understand he's quite magical. Yes. Well, if you'd like to stay, you may. There's just one more room, the sitting room, that I'd like to bring you to. Hmm. Yeah, they're very friendly. As soon as you approach, one of them's actually pretty lazy, hanging out by the fire, but the one you get close to immediately jumps up and tries to lick your face. Oh, he's very happy. His tail's wagging. They have little stumpy tails, but little stumpy tail wagging. Shadow seems unimpressed. Just. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It'll sit and look at you, panting expectantly. My father is fond of the dogs. I don't have a problem with them. I enjoy their company. They mostly respond to him. He does their training. Oh no, we have many. Oh, some are in the cellar resting, and then some we use on our hunts. They could be out hunting with some of our other hunters and our servants. He's quite the collector of mastiffs. Probably about 15 right now. Oh, yes, quite. And we will see to it that Shadow is fed as well. Oh, you should tell him. He'll enjoy that. All right, and he'll take you to the sitting room, which is here. All right. The sitting room. You see 3 plush armchairs and a large couch, a piano. It's black and white keys polished to a delicate shine. The room is warmed by a fire on the south wall. And as you all enter, you see the fire suddenly gush into a large blaze. And it kind of goes outside of the fireplace itself, transforming into a human figure. And the figure is so large it must duck into the room. So it's probably like a 15-foot tall guy, and he's like ducking down, looking over you all. And you see, for his head, it's the skull of a stag with hollow black eyes and a full rack of antlers. The room darkens as the fire is suddenly extinguished, and your eyes adjust from the light change, and the figure is gone. Declan's like, oh, strange. The fire our entry must have snuffed out the fire. I'll get to it. He claps and says to a butler and asks the butler to rekindle the fire. And a butler comes out and starts putting kindling in. He doesn't look like he saw anything in particular. Yeah, go for it. All right. Yeah. Okay. And Pavel, you said you were doing something? Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure. All right. Yeah. Okay. So everyone that roll, well, I guess just Vin and Eudora, you notice, you feel that he really did not see anything unusual, and he's just thinks it's weird that the fire went out. Tamila, you don't notice, you're not sure what's going on. All right, perception. Oh, yeah. As you heighten your awareness of the room, looking at the floor and listening deeply, there doesn't appear to be any invisible creatures here. Yes. Oh, I saw the fire go out. No stories. No, of course not. Go for it. Uh-oh. um, you think, you can't tell, essentially. Hmm. Are you okay? Mm, no, we're not blacksmiths, sorry. Our wine is our craft in hunting. Oh, go ahead. Oh. Well, typically they leave us unbothered, but perhaps Hirsum would know. He may have brought some tricks with him. He Declan steps back like and just kind of eyes you where looking a little concerned. Well, there's a charcuterie here for your appetite. You're hungry. Sure, dinner will be ready soon. Okay, I'll leave you to it. Yeah, and he'll actually go now. Leave you guys alone in the room if you. You want to do insight? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, you think they believe what they said. Okay. As you step outside, a servant finds you, Tamila, and they have a giant metal bowl of fresh meat. Some rabbits for your creature, your cat. Yeah, they're skinned rabbits. Mm-hmm. Shadow seems pleased with the rabbits. She doesn't have much thoughts about anything else right now. Alright. Pavel and Eudora, what would you like to do in the library? Okay. Yeah, go for it. And yep. Oh, they're very pleased. One is very lazy. You can tell he's old. Yeah, he's very old. But as you pet him, you can see like he pants happily at you. All right. Vin, how would you like to talk to the fire? You hear the door creak behind you. I couldn't help but to overhear. Are you talking to yourself? Hmm. Ooh. Interesting. Hmm. What did it look like? Hmm. Fancy. Interesting. Well, don't you know your own Highharvestide mythology? Make a history check. No, you don't happen to know what he might be referring to. Hmm. Oh, so it's not just all of the material plane. Interesting. He writes this down. Well, I've heard stories of, from other material plane folks that. Let me pull this up real quick to make sure I get it right. Oh, I know what it is. You saw the great Stag King. Did he have antlers? Oh, he has such a flair for the dramatic. It is said that any who see him in a fire on the night of Highharvestide are destined to have a grand adventure in the next year. That is great. That means you'll have a story. All adventures are good stories. Go ahead. Oh, you have another story? Do tell. He'll take it cautiously, and it does not react to him. It's like... Okay, that's a different kind of story. Interesting. I like it. Thank you for sharing. Where's the rest of my retinue? Okay. Well, would you care to have a drink with me? Well, it doesn't have to be alcohol. What type of drinks do you like? He just conjures you up a glass of water. It looks very clean. All right. And he enjoys some wine and is looking quite flush in the face. Yeah, Like he's been drinking all day. Father. No, he wouldn't step away from his court. Maybe for the wild hunt, but I don't believe there's any tonight. No, he's a fae similar to myself, who makes appearances and likes to foretell the future, I suppose. Quite. Oh no, it should be ready any moment. Moving on. Hold that thought. Let's let Pavel, your detect magic goes off. You do not detect. Oh, actually, I'll double check just in case. This room. Yeah, I mean, you'd see her wrists. And if she has a healing potion, I don't know if she does. You see a small black cabinet is radiating with magic. We'll say it's this cabinet here. It's mixed magic. Sorry, at the top of the room. Yeah, this cabinet, there's a cabinet and there seems to be something magical inside, or maybe multiple magical things. It's multiple, so it's clashing. Right. Okay. You see several scrolls that are spell scrolls. Um, one has the school of necromancy. Where's the other? Checking their schools. Evocation and probably also evocation. Yeah, 2 evocation and 1 necromancy scrolls. Yep. So you go to read them. One is revivify, one is healing word, and one is burning hands. Yeah. Yeah, you do find a book that's kind of like what is magic, and there's like the different schools of magic, and there's like the learned type of magic and the natural spell casting abilities of magical people that have either magical bloodlines or just some sort of innate gene in them that makes them magical, and allows them to cast spells through their force of will, essentially. Um, Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it mentions divine magic and natural magic and old ancient magic and blood magic and all sorts of different kinds of magic in the world. Yeah, absolutely. Quite the predicament. All right. Okay. Mm. Yeah, as you're doing that, well, actually, is there anything Tamila would like to do? You had 10 minutes at the pond. Yeah, sure. Yeah, make a either perception or investigation. Okay. As you're looking around the tree, you do see some like marks on the tree that are somewhat recent of people maybe like swinging on the tree or playing on the tree. Unsure what it exactly means, but definitely the tree has been used to either hold things or been, you know, moved or stuff like that. Something's happened to the tree recently. Hmm. Yeah, as you press around, nothing seems to change, but you do notice that it's like the bark was like shaved down in these areas from use. And the fish in the pond all look perfectly happy and healthy. Okay. The for you it could be swimmable because you're a little gnome, but for the average person it would be like, I don't know, thigh high. But for you, you could tread water and swim around a little bit. Sure. You do hear a loud bell. Dinner served. And you see an elderly woman come out. Oh, hello, miss. Would you like a towel? Uh, beautiful tree, beautiful tree. Oh, I'm sure the girls like to swing around on it and maybe use it as practice for archery. Oh, yes. I am Cindy. I'm the head maid here. And I have a handout for her. This place wouldn't run without me, I'll tell you that. Oh, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Yes, absolutely. If you do have any issues with dinner or dietary restrictions, let me know. And she'll escort you back in and show you to the dining room. Also, servants will come to each of your rooms and say dinner is served and escort you to the dining room. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see. Mm, Hersom is definitely has some magical properties to his fiddle, that he plays, and has a magical ring that he wears. All of the Sinclairs have a magical necklace that they wear. And anything for the just the foyer area. Let me see. Mm. Yeah, go ahead and post it in the chat. Yes, your stick would appear to be magical. Let's see what school that would be. You see a curse on the stick, and you see what's it called? It would probably be abjuration. Nothing in the dining room or the foyer. Yeah, the servants all escort you to a seat and like hold out the seats for you to sit down. Oh, Pavel's outside the house. Yes, you find all the Sinclairs. You hear some and a delectable arrangement of meats, fruits, veggies, bread, copious amounts of their wine, as well as like other just like grape juice and water and milk. Anything you could want is before you. And you see it's also decorated with like leaves and gourds and like symbols of harvest all around you. On the walls, you do see the heads of various beasts that they've killed, including a green dragon there. and stags and wolves and boars and things. And Julius nods to Prince. Here's some. Oh, no formalities. Just eat, enjoy, party. Let's have some fun. What do you say? And the Sinclairs all look nervous and like, okay. But the little girls, yes, let's have fun, and they begin eating. Yeah. Everything is very well prepared and savory and delicious. Lots of harvest type foods like pumpkin and squash and things like that as well. So Julius will say, so tell me about yourselves. Are you travelers? Oh. Oh, yes. Here's some speaks up. Story, yes. Do regale us. Mm-hmm. Mm. Wow. Wow. Things in the material plane have shifted. I believe some chaos is happening there. It's quite interesting. Used to be such a boring place. And Julia says, oh, do you know anything of Greenbarrow? Oh, I'm sure they're fine. It sounds like you're quite powerful warriors. Oh, yes. We were great hunters. This is my favorite pastime, and the family is all picked up in my footsteps, I believe. Declan looks a little perturbed by that, and the two girls nod. Eleonora just looks blank. And Julia says, and we've been such great hunters that King Oberon himself found us and brought us here to partake in the wild hunt. Quite an honor. And it's allowed us to, I don't know, stay young. Incredible. The prince hears some yawns when they're talking about the story with his dad and stuff. Oh, good question. I believe. Let me think. Probably about 80 years now. Yes, well, the hunt is the most important thing. Have you hunted before? Oh. Do you prefer traps, tracking, archery? Wonderful. Oh, I like this one. And the prince smiles at him. And Julius like, yes, yes, I love my mastiffs. Beautiful animals, quite intelligent. I'm sure your panther is too. Eleonora will turn to Pavel and say, do you like spells? That's the first thing she's ever said. Oh, I wish I were. I dabble a little bit. I can understand the scrolls, and I can use them if we ever need them, but thankfully we don't need them. Um, what's your most dangerous spell? Yeah. Oh, interesting. It doesn't work on elves, though, is that right? Hmm. Well, I think you'll find that it won't work. You may try if you wish. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. Oh, we forgot to mention that in the recap. Mm-hmm. You'll see Elidora smile and she'll fall delicately asleep backwards in her chair. And then she'll start laughing. Just kidding. Yeah, let's see what I think you get to roll, right? Yeah, go ahead and roll it. What was that one? Let's pull up the fairy dust. And as she laughs at her fake sleep, she starts lifting out of her chair a little bit and like, oh my. I've never felt so light on my feet. Interesting. Did you cast sleep? Yeah, I think you do. You spent some time with it. Yeah. Yeah, and Declan, right, was also affected. So Declan will he's had a couple glasses of his wine, and starts lifting out of his chair. And he's like, is this the wine? Did we change the vintage here? And Kirsten just starts bursting out laughing, and the two girls are laughing too as Declan is now like completely like swimming around the top of the room, and Eleonora is like flipping around upside down like, oh my, get me down please. The two girls will bring her down to the chair and she'll just be holding on to her chair. Well, what a trick. No wonder you're with Hirsum. Hirsum's like, I told you to behave and you've done wonderfully. Yes, this is pixie dust, which was given to you as a reward from Queen, the Queen Fairy, for completing her quest of protecting them. So you have 10 pinches, and these pinches can be used as material components, or they can just be used to sprinkle on a creature, and the magical effect will apply. Yeah. And Pavel had one because the sprite that we mentioned that died in the battle with the ogre, Pavel collected the dust from the sprite. Mm-hmm. The two girls would look at Vin and say, "You look strong." And they'll turn to Eudora and say, "I heard you can see in darkness. Is that true?" So can we. That's cool. Yes, elves can see in dark. Mm-hmm. I heard that you have a devil parent. Is that true? Eleonora will say, "You don't have to answer that. Dears, that's impolite." Declan says, "Sorry for my sisters. They're very energetic." That isn't. Julius will, as you guys are eating, he'll clap his hands and have some desserts brought out, some pies and cakes and other mousse and just nice, lovely desserts, some puddings and things like that. Would you all want to play a game, perhaps? There's musical chairs, or we could do Who Am I? Or, I don't know, any games that you know? No, it's a game where one person leaves the room and everyone else says a person that that person is. So if you left the room, I would say that you are now Hearsome, for example. When you come back into the room, you would try to guess who you are, asking only yes or no questions, such as, "Am I a beautiful satyr man?" And we would say yes. Things like that. Wonderful. Who would like to go first? The girls look very antsy, but they feel like they would be impolite for them to go first. Well, let's let a guest go first. Well, if the other guests are fine with it. Here's some nods. All right. Yay! So the two girls leave the room, and he says, "Okay, now we must select a person that they have to guess. It can be someone, should be someone that they know of. Someone in the room or someone famous? Julius, yeah. Oh, King Oberon. Oh, Anatrix. It could be interesting. What do you think? We'll put it to a vote. All right, who votes King Oberon? Say aye. Declan says aye. Okay, who votes Inatrix? Say aye. Hearsome says aye. Okay, the dragon it is. Girls, you may return. They pop in, very eager, and jump to their seats. Okay, are we in this room? Are we in this realm? The Feywild. Okay. Oh. Are we an elf? Are we a human? Are we a fae? Are we a beast? Ooh. And we're here. Do we have 4 legs? No. No, he'll say. Okay, do we have a beast with 2 legs? Do we have... Oh, this is so hard. Give us a clue. And then Eleanor will be like, no, that's not how the game works. You have to play by the rules. And they look very angry. But they're like, okay. Do we have... Oh, yeah? Okay. All right, I guess sleight of hand? Sleight of mouth? Oh, that works, yeah. Yeah. That works. Yeah, okay, it's deception. All right, that works too. Yeah. Here's some notices and smiles. But everyone else doesn't notice. Except Vin, I guess you would notice. And the 2 girls do notice because they were hoping for a hint. And they say, they look a little mischievous. They say, do I have wings? Am I scaled? Oh. Am I dead? Am I in the gallery? And they get really excited. Am I in a tricks? Yeah. They start clapping and they actually go over and they hug Eudora real quick. Just the back of you around the chair. Yeah, that was tough. I was thinking person. Who's next? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Okay, so that puts Eudora, right? Yeah. Eudora. Oh, by last name or first name? Well, yeah. Oh, rolling. Oh, okay. Okay, roll. Oh, I was going by your alphabetically, just your character name starts with an E. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, everyone, I guess just roll a d4. Um, or, yeah. Okay, Eudora. All right, go ahead to go to like the 101 room. Yeah. All right. What do you want to do? Mm-hmm. She wasn't there for. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You can come back now. Yep. You wish. Yes or no? Yes. They considered it, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Keep going. Hey, Finn. Yeah. All right. Go away. What do you want to pick? Oh, the Kenku. Wood scrap. Yes, that was one of her kids. No, that was one of her kids. Wood scrap was the main one. Uh, yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah. Okay. He built it himself, with her guidance. Yeah. She raised him. Yeah. Okay. Okay, you can come back now. Mm, technically, let me see. Yes. We'll say yes. Yes. hmm The main one was something different. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. If you're guessing the one who raised you, it was wood scrape. The sound of like scraping wood. Yeah. Yeah, wood scrape. Yeah. Or wood scrap. hmm Oh. I guess you're volunteering to go next. Okay. Go to the 101. Alright, there he is. Alright. What do you want to do? Oh, that's kind of mean. It's good though. It's a good kind. It's smart, yeah. Slide. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's the goat. All right. Okay, you can come back. You were so confident. The Sinclairs all clap for you. Well, that leaves Tamilla. Who would you like to pick? Okay. Oh, the Stag King. This, yeah. Oh my god. Hmm. Hmm. One of your prisoners. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's a street name. Okay. I'll tell her to come back. All right, you can come back now. Quite impressive. Mm-hmm. You have a good intuition. I was surprised none of you went with like the beginning guys like Onthar Froome or Duke Ravengard. All right, cool. Oh yeah, I can do that. All right, here's some old play. Yeah, I would love a turn. Okay. Yeah, come get me. We good? All right. I know everyone in the Feywild and many notable figures of the material plane. All right. Okay. Am I a handsome satyr? Excuse me? He slams his fist on the table. Oh, okay, okay. Fine, fine. I'll play. Am I on the in the Feywild? Am I in the material plane? Oh. Am I probably in the material plane? Okay, okay. Am I alive? Mm-hmm. Okay. Am I a human? Oh. Which is it? Am I a beast? Oh. All right, I'm gonna step back out and you guys confirm. Okay. All right, we good now? Okay. Am I a human? Am I a beast? Am I humanoid? Okay. Am I, a monster? Okay. Interesting. Am I, um, someone you encountered in El Terrell? Okay. Am I someone from the caravan? Hmm. Am I Fae? Am I made of fire? Am I the Forge? Good job. I like that one. Oh, from the wedding. Yes. That was a good pool. I was Oh, that was wonderful. But I am quite tipsy. I think I'd like to be take call it a night. Here's says. Yeah, do an insight check. Mm-hmm. He does look tipsy. Yes. Um, Declan, I believe we have some business as well that we should take care of. And him and Declan and Hearsome go upstairs. Just put them in GM layer. Not yet, but we'd be happy to set you up with some guest rooms, as I believe your Hearsome will be staying the night. I assume you would like to stay as his retinue. Okay, wonderful. Sure. Yes, I think Hearsome's leaving in the morning. Oh, this is the family heirloom. It's a symbol that we all wear that denotes our ownership of the estate. Thank you for the kind words. All right. Eleonora will actually take the girls to their room. Oh, what about her? What? Oh, it's the same. They all have the. Oh, Eudora. Sorry, never mind. Eleonora. I got Eleonora confused with Eudora. Sorry. Absolutely. Unfortunately, it's the beds. There's only 2 rooms with 2 beds. So you can do the girls in one room and the boys in another, or unless you. Wonderful. So the girls may sleep here. He raises an eyebrow. Mhm. Wonderful. Girls, you may sleep here. And boys, you may sleep here. If you need any refreshments, you can inquire with Cindy at the kitchen, which is over in this direction. And the restrooms are back in this hallway. Yes, of course. We just ask that you don't bother the mastiffs in the basement. Yes, they have a lot of work to do. And also, the upstairs is our private quarters. I just ask that you let us rest. That leads to one of our private reading rooms, so I'd appreciate it if you did not. Yes, on this main floor in the grounds, feel free to help yourself. And Cindy in the kitchen or Samuel? Samuel will be waiting in the foyer. Not a problem. We'll see you in the morning. You too. Yeah. You hear Eleonora walk away from the girls' room and go upstairs as well. I see Pavel went off too. Are you just reading? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm. No, they don't have that. Yeah. They don't have that. They do have how it's more like different types of artifacts that have been found, such as cursed items or not cursed items, but magically enhanced items that require a long period of time of magically casting a spell upon an item to imbue it with the properties, but not the specifics on how to do it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Right. But the only formulas are those scrolls that we mentioned. Yeah, so in the occult, you read about various cults, and you do discover a cult that you haven't heard about yet, as far as the Dead Three, the third wheel of that. Let me pull it up. Let me put it. Here we go. So we know about Bane and Baal. The last one is Merkel, the Lord of Bones, who claims power over corpses and souls. His cultists are those who seek to claim lore, power, and fealty from the deceased. Yes. I threw it in the chat for you. Yeah. And so the other two, just so you have it, is the Dead Three. All. And Bane. Yep. Yeah. Vin, what are you up to? Are you just going to bed? Yep. Mm-hmm. Nice. Tamela. Same? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they both answer. They're now in their nightgowns. Hi, Tamila. We like weird. Yes, we have our servants, and the Fae are cool. Mm-hmm. You notice a little bit of like that is true, but there's more to it. Oh, we're too young to have kids, but I'd like to meet more kids. Make a persuasion check. They don't quite trust you very well. No, you are our guest. We should help you. Thank you. You too. Let me go back to their beds. Oh yeah, Cindy can whip you up anything you want. Hot cocoa, anything. You got it. Oh dear. Oh yes, I have been serving the Sinclairs for centuries. Yes, absolutely. I hope you feel safe. Is okay. Oh, well, yes, I suppose we're the only family that, or the Sinclairs are the only family that have ever transported realms. That's the power of the King Oberon. Mm-hmm. My pleasure. All right. Eudora, you do find your way to the fountain after navigating the hedge maze. And it is beautiful fountain depicting a merman. But it's just peaceful, the rushing water, the wind through the leaves, and there's no one around. There's no servants here or people here to watch you. You are allowed to be alone with your thoughts. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think probably about the same time as Pavel reading that stuff, so you would find Pavel there reading some books. Mm-hmm. Yeah, make an investigation check. Mm. Oh, dang, dude. All right, let me pull up. It is unlocked and untrapped. It just appears to be like a door in the floor with a small place to put your finger to lift it up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pavel's mischievous too. He likes to learn, so. But yeah, I think both. I think Pavel has less qualms about being good. sure. I don't think yeah, not sure what her motive is for telling you this. Mhm. Mm. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Mhm. As you're having this conversation, what's Pavel up to? Mhm. Mm. The mastiffs begin barking. Woof, 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 woof. And uh, they start approaching you, growling, and you hear some footsteps outside. Make an animal handling check. uh, no, unfortunately, they're trained to not like undead. um, or random skeletons in their house. So they begin to attack Sally. uh, let's see. Yes, everyone hears the barking. This is one round in the library before shit can happen outside. Yeah. They roll an 8 and a 9. All right, cool. Yeah, and then we'll I guess we'll roll initiative. There you go. All right. Kill your own Sally. Okay. I guess you could give them advantage if you told Sally to lay down. Yeah, so Sally's laying down as the dogs begin biting at her. And Pavel, would you like to join the initiative track? Okay, up first is Vin. You are awakened by the dogs barking. Okay. Pavel, you have a moment. While the dog. Okay. Sure. Yeah. You can have advantage. All right. Yeah. Yeah, they begin to calm a bit, and they stop attacking and look towards you with the ration, like they're waiting for a command. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, yeah, and you hear their nails clacking on the floor as they rush over to the ration. Yeah. Uh, yeah. The door remains open. And you see Samuel rushing over to the room. He'll go around the dogs. Is everything okay? He'll ask you. Is that a skeleton? Oh yes. They have to be trained to be friendly with creatures. And this skeleton is friendly? Sally he'll very awkwardly shake his hand. Okay. Okay. And he'll call the dogs over and have them get to know Sally. And then they will bring their ration in and go back to the fireplace. All right, well, enjoy your reading. Mm-hmm. And he'll, that's as much as his movement can go. So, Eudora. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Camilla? Yeah. Vin, you're awoken. Would you like to join? We can come out of initiative at this point, as there's no danger at the moment, but yes. Samuel. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, that's a less in his passive, so he'll know that something's up. And he'll be like, I've been meaning to read a book. And he'll grab a book and sit in the armchair. Yes. Yep. Pavel's being good. Mhm. Yes, dear. Hmm. He enjoys it. uh, oh, yes, not a problem. I was just gonna read this little novel here. Uh, yes, I mean, I dust these books every day. I don't know their contents that well, unless they're love stories. Yes, I miss the romance. Uh, he looks really embarrassed right now. Cindy and I had a falling out. I don't know. Maybe one of these romance stories will help me learn how to be a better husband. Mhm. Sure. Yes, that sounds lovely. Um, always good to have a fresh voice. Yes. Love to hear your story. Oh, of course. There's plenty to eat. Hmm. He'll tell you their whole story. It's yeah, centuries together, and how the relationship got stale over the many centuries, and yeah, um, things drifted apart. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Wonderful. Yeah, give a persuasion with advantage. Lovely. Yeah, they seem really intent on your story. And as you mentioned, you know, how their love could one day, you know, they could be ripped apart from each other. You do notice that Cindy does take his hand. And he looks, his eyes well up a little bit as he looks very happy. Um, mhm. Wonderful. Let's take a 10-minute break with that lovely thought. Actually, 12? Come back at the 15-minute mark. All right. Bye. So excited. Okay. I'm gonna do something with this stream. It's showing the GM layer. I'll just do that. Okay. Okay. And what would you guys are alone in the library except for the mastiffs, which are still there? What would you like to do? And Sally. Make an animal handling check for distracting. Oh, okay. They're very like they're very happy to see you, but not maybe not so distracted. All right, Pavel. They're like oil lamps, yeah. All right, you're looking and you see another spiral case staircase that goes down, but it's pretty dark. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, the spiral staircase seems to lead into like a unfinished area. It seems to be used for storage. You see crates and things below. Do you want to? Okay. All right. I would say after Eudora, you were planning to head back, right? Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I see you overhear them. Cindy calls him an old fool, and that they were going to get together anyways. That she just wanted a little space, and she missed him as much as he missed her. And he is just like so apologetic, like I should have been better, I should have been more romantic, I've been reading these stories and I about these things, and we're gonna go on a proper date soon, and all this. So yes, they do appear to be making up. Yes. Good. There's some a chair and a couch, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Hmm. Oh, okay. Make a perception check. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. You actually hear a little bit of hear some spittle upstairs. Um, and it's a beautiful song that kind of distracts you from what you're doing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Camilla, anything you want to do while Pavel's casting? And then you're sleeping, right? Okay. All right, just checking. Okay. All right, then Pavel's spell goes off. And you can now detect magic. Okay. Do you, I was gonna say, do you follow? Does Shadow stay up or follow? Okay. All right. Make an animal handling. Yeah. Yeah, she seems amenable to that. Okay, let me find the room that you're going to. Mhm. All right, so I'm going to move us to a map. And I'm going to put you on the map so you can see things. Eudora and Vin is not here, but just putting you on there. Oh, and Sally. You can place yourselves. A fetid smell fills this dark room. Large bundles wrapped in stained white cloth are scattered about the room, amongst boxes and other shapeless heaps. A circular staircase leads upwards to where you came from, and a door leads out to the west. Nothing magical here. Mhm. This appears to be the body of a dead humanoid. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this appears to be a servant that worked here. They're wearing some of the servant's clothing. They have calloused hands. There's definitely, yeah, there's definitely blood on him. Yeah, make a medicine check if you want to see the cause of death. Or is Tamila doing advantage? Or is that what you're trying to do here, Tamila? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Tamila with advantage. It has the body has wounds on it that appear to have been inflicted before it died. Unsure if the wounds are from some sort of disease or some sort of weapon or how they got there. Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of odds and ends here, personal effects. The mask appears to be like a plague doctor mask. And you do see like there's like in the storage. If you're looking around the storage, there's like bear traps in the storage. Okay. Let's go back. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No judgment here. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, you do see her, yeah, filing into the library. The mastiffs all perk their heads up at you, confused, and then go back and lay down. Yeah, yeah, either one. Okay. All right. Okay. So you all go to the basement, right? Okay, everyone. Oh yeah, Sven. Okay. 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 I'll add shadow. Yeah, they're various version like levels of decay. None of them appear to be like today or anything like that. Maybe a week ago at the most fresh. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, you were the one that made the history check before, right? There were rumors that the Sinclairs were bad people, but the majority of the rumors thought they were good people and were sorry that they lost them. But there's no butchering rumors. There's hunting for sure, and butchering their kills, but they were beasts and monsters. Hmm. Yeah, you can make a history check. No. You know Highharvestide, how your family celebrated it, which was very food driven and making sure your animals were spoiled on those nights. Like Thanksgiving here. You all hear a little tap 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 on the trap door above you, and you hear a little swish sound. It was it wasn't the door opening. You would have heard like more of like a creak. The swish is something else. Yeah. No, it was like knocking. Knock knock knock. Make a insight check. Definitely an intentional knock. Make a stealth check if you're hiding. Okay. You get no response. How close do you get when you do this? gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Silence. You hear as the trapdoor opens. Sally comes back down and just looks at you blankly. No response. As you get up there, you notice something on the stairs, a piece of parchment. Yes. As you look around and you all hear the trapdoor open as she looks, and you see the two mastiffs resting by the fire. Okay. Oh, okay. I see. This is what the parchment says. And actually, it is now nighttime, so we'll put you. Are you guys staying in the basement or the are you going up in the library? Okay. As you open it, two darts fly out from the top of it and deal 3 piercing damage to you. But yes, the scrolls are there. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mhm. Yes. Yes. Julia Sinclair's note. You're welcome. That was so weak. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, sleight of hand. Yeah. Yeah, you have it positioned on the stairs. There isn't a lot of room on the stairs to hide it, though. So you're not sure if it's very well hidden. Hmm? 12, I think. I can double check, but I think something around that much. Nice. Okay. Do you want to open the store? The door. Okay. The door creaks open, and you see a room. It's a stone room, nearly the full length of the manor house. It's got let's see. Dotted throughout this are stone columns that reach to the ceiling and piles of garbage covered in decades of filth and dust. To the north, something on the wall emits an eerie glow, a green glow. And to the east is sounds of claws on wood. Something glimmers in the darkness to the south. That's it. Okay. Yes, you did. Oh no, they were gone. Sorry. I'm sorry, they left, yeah. And you do see several massive cages on the west wall here that are empty. There's a yeah, go ahead and perception check. Okay. Yeah, you hear a little bit of skittering noises. You hear your voices seem to echo a bit, and there's a tunnel that it seems to echo down to the west. And you hear kind of a vibration sound from this glowing green rune to the north. um, let me see the glow. Yeah. Um, it was just the cages, sorry. No. No. And I'm sorry, you do hear scratching noises from this way. Behind a door. That is a stretching rack, used to stretch skins. Mm-hmm. Yes. It's a large glowing runic symbol. And let me see here. There's probably something magical to it. So give me a sec. Okay. Um, so you get to the cellar. Oh, I'm sorry. There is like stretching racks and torture racks in this junk, but this is actually the bridge for the chasm that goes over the bridge. This is the bridge control. So it's a drawbridge control. And then there is, let me see, the runic symbol. It's about 10 feet in diameter. Definitely has a magic to it. How close do you get, Pavel? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It seems to be calling to you to get closer. Oh, is it? Yeah, I guess it would be. It would be evocation. Okay. Um, little closer. Suddenly, your vision goes black. You all see Pavel faint. Um, Pavel, you see a beautiful elven woman with pale white skin, a crown of ice, and long black hair. You feel a biting cold just looking upon her. She approaches the Sinclair estate, leaving a frozen path behind her. You see all the familiar people of the estate, but their skin is gray and loose, and old blood models their hair and clothes. Wild-eyed, they seem to look upon her with a sense of fear and excitement. The Sinclairs confess to their sins of cannibalism, which led to their turning into ghouls. She says, "Ah, it seems you found yourself in quite the predicament. Skilled hunters like you will not be appreciated here. Would you like to make a deal with me, you miserable creatures?" They beg her for aid. She turns to hand the golden necklaces that you saw earlier to each of the family members, and when they don it, their unseemly figures return to that healthy and alive and handsome or beautiful figures that you saw before. She motions for them to rise and follow her, and she makes her way to this cellar and carves this symbol and talks aloud. The estate rumbles as she speaks. She's performing a ritual. You can recognize that she's performing a magical ritual, which she explains will keep them in the Feywild and shall maintain their forms for as long as it remains. She hands them a scroll. With this, you should consult King Oberon to get permission to be on these lands, but you shall not mention me or your true nature at all. Your vision fades and you see flashes of a beautiful elven man with oaken skin and green hair speaking with Julius, and he says, "A deal it is then. You may stay, but you must assist in our hunts of the night hags, which have attempted to invade the Feywild. We must push them back to Hades." The vision switches again. This time you see another beautiful elven woman, her hair the color of honey. And she is looking at you, Pavel, specifically you, with golden eyes. Her honeyed voice says, "She has tried to spread her rot on our lands, to insult our court. Now you are tested." She begins to turn away, but she says one more thing. "Oh, and tell Hirsum that he should visit soon. His father should like to speak with him." The idea of a ritual comes to your mind, one that will reverse the spells cast upon the estate and its members. It will take a minute to perform the ritual, but it requires 3 items: a heart of paper and leather, a seed from a giant, and one of their tools of destruction. You come back to consciousness. Leather. I'll put it in the chat for you. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. I gotta make a low DC history check. Yeah, that was Titania, the queen of the Fae. And you had, you saw King Oberon for a moment. And you also saw, oh my gosh, I forgot her name. I'll remember. The Queen of the Unseelie, which I will get her name. Queen Mabe. Queen Mab, sorry. And they are the evil Fae, essentially. They're constantly at war with the Seelie court. Make a just intelligence check. Well. um well, you think they're all metaphors for something, not literal heart of paper and leather. And that the ritual won't work if you get it wrong. But you do think that a heart of paper and leather reminds you of maybe a book of some sort? Yeah, history or arcana. Whoever wants to know about ghouls. Yeah, dude. What the heck? Nope. Yeah, Pavel, you know what you actually know about ghouls. You hear more scratching on the wall, on the door here. Yeah, you sense that because the chains are wrapped around it, that it's taut, which would indicate that it's up. There's a lever there to release it, if you wanted. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A handle. Mm-hmm. Good job. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Um. Does divine sense work through doors? Oh, the door is being opened. I just can't remember. Because they're behind total cover, yeah, you don't notice anything. But when Pavel opens the door, you notice definitely the strong stench of undead as they go, and they all turn towards you. What was that? Oh, got you. Okay. Yeah, let's pull up the turn tracker. Um, I need to reload. I'm not able to click on these. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, no worries. Okay, up first, maid shambles towards you, Eudora. And she picks up a broom that's covered in dust and she swings it at you. Um, for a 14. Okay. It does 6 bludgeoning. And a cloud of dust stings your eyes, and you have disadvantage on your next attack. The other maid is too far away to do anything, and just bares her teeth. Vin, you see this maid swinging her broom at Eudora. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. 17 hits. Nice. Hits. Yeah, as you notice, your hits are hitting it very hard, and its flesh is rotten as it you actually break into its brain and it falls and dies. Okay. Sally, does she have a command? Okay. Good job, Sally. Okay, the gardener steps up with his scythe and swings it at Eudora. We're 21. Um, yep. Doing 8 slashing, and you must make a constitution save. Great. You feel that there was something in the dirt of the scythe that would have poisoned you, and, but you're able to resist its effect. The other one, uh, go ahead. Yeah. The other one just positions itself ready to attack. Okay. Then you see these tailors with their scissors come up or go back here, and one throws its scissors at you. Oh, I forgot to give him a macro. Let's see. Okay, it does 9, so that misses. So the other one tries another 9. So you you all notice as 2 pairs of scissors come flying past Eudora and rattle across the ground. All right, Eudora. Mm-hmm. Yep, that hits. Okay. Yeah, that hits. Right. I don't think it is. Yeah, so 23. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh yeah, an attack of opportunity. Okay, you staying? Okay. Okay, it's going to try to bite at you. It rolls a 5. You're good. You can back up. Yep. Yeah. Camilla. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that hits. Okay, nice. Okay, some dex saves. Right. Okay, they do pass their saves. They get half, right? Okay. Alright. Oh, wrong one. Oh, let's flip them. Okay. Yeah. Pavel, you know these guys don't seem very intelligent. And that's all you notice. Okay. All right, you close the door and you hear it latch. Mm-hmm. Sally looks at you, and then looks at the door. All right. You hear scratching on the door. Then. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you saw bones for sure, and the ghouls, and I think that's it. I'll double check though. Yes. Yeah, just bones, gore, and ghouls. Okay. All right. We will close initiative then, as you all just hear scratching and groaning and moaning behind the door. They don't know how handles work. Mm-hmm. I'll go ahead and leave the dynamic lighting so you can see through the room. But the door is closed. Mm-hmm. mm, they're all in Pavel's favor tonight. Okay. There are other exits. There's the door to the north and the tunnel to the west. No idea. Yes, there is a cellar entrance that you saw. Mm-hmm. Yeah, as you pull it, you hear a large clack sound, and you hear the click, 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 click as the chains go into the wall up towards the bridge, lowering it. Okay, probably gonna require a strength check. Yeah, all right. All right, let's see. I think I have something for her. Oh, I'm doing skill and it needs to be ability. She got a 2 on her strength check. So you watch as she takes her short sword and smacks at the chain, and it just vibrates a little bit. Have you seen bolt cutters? Roll a luck check for me. You're not exactly the working type. Just do a d20. Mm-hmm. You, yep. You got a crowbar. Okay. Strength check with advantage. Strength with advantage. Yeah. Well, you have the crowbar, which is the advantage. Crowbar, so if you're using the crowbar, you'll get the advantage, even though you're in a state. I got you. All right. Yeah. You're able to break the links out of a couple of the chain links, which breaks the chain in the middle. So you know that once it gets to the unravels to the middle part, it won't be able to ravel back up. Mm. Yeah, it go ahead and take both of you can take inspiration for, she is deeply wounded. And yeah, you bandage her up. You're no longer bleeding. You feel able to continue. Let's do a time check. Do you want to pick this up next week, or do you have some more time you want to play? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. I mean, we can stop at any room that you go to. So it's fine. We can continue. I just wanted to, out of respect for it being a little late, I wanted to check in with everyone. Yeah, and Cali. West Coast. Mm-hmm. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, let's do another 20 minutes at least. All right, cool. All right, up to the library you go. I need to make a little roll real quick. Oh, okay. Give me a sec. uh... All right, fun. Okay. Oh, yeah. That is a good idea. Okay, need to move some things around. Okay. Yeah, you have a bear trap in your inventory. The hunting trap. It's an item. Yeah. I think in the handbook. Okay. Awaiting you at the top of the stairs is going to be. Let me move you around a little bit. All right. Sorry. Getting things ready. Go. Declan, you see, turns his from the chair and says, "Oh, you finally decided to show." And he pulls out. What's he use? Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Julius. Julius, you're right. And you see three mastiffs with him as he pulls out. Where is your weapon, Julius? Longsword. He pulls out a longsword. And says, "Let's try the first test." And go ahead and roll initiative for me. Aw. Oh. Um. Mm-hmm. Pavel, what's your dex? Oh, okay. So is a mess. um, roll a d20 for me. I got a 12. All right, the mastiffs are going first. Okay. Yes, one of these is the lazy, one's the friendly, and one's you haven't seen before. He will. Yes. He will approach Vin, who is the closest. Assuming there's a floor under the stairs here. And he will cast Hunter's Mark on you. And then he will try a longsword attack on you. Okay. Healing. Nope. Okay. I'll just roll it. Mm-hmm. 11 damage as he slashes at you. Uh-huh. And then, that's it for his turn. Eudora. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just hits, yes. Okay. I was hoping for a challenge. Mm-hmm. The bandages? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nice. He wipes it off with the back of his hand and smiles, licking a little bit off of his lip. Okay, the mastiffs one will run up to Eudora, and then the two that didn't get to eat Sally are gonna try and eat Sally. 21 and a 7 on Sally, so the 21 hits for 5. And then the one going after Eudora does a 13. Okay, so he tries to bite at your leg and misses. No, the two you know are over here attacking Sally. This is a rando, yeah. Pavel. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, make your roll. Okay. All right. Vin, you've been given advice. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep. Wait, did this not go in the right order? Because I feel like Tamila should have went. Sorry. It didn't sort right. Okay, Tamila, go. Do it. Yes. Clearly, you are the talented one. His eyes focus on you. Okay. Are you moving or? Okay. Okay. Sally? Yeah, it would have been. Yes, she can. Mm-hmm. Okay. Roll for... Okay. The one on the left, the lazy one, actually. All right, roll the damage. You hit. It's still alive. You got it in its like leg, and it cries out in pain, but it's still angry at Sally. Okay, Vin, now it's really your turn. Yes, you can scooch. Yeah, as long as you're within range. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes. Okay. Go for it. Mm-hmm. Yep. They go seep seep. Mm-hmm. The lazy one has a nice big snore that you recognize from earlier. Right. Oh, yeah, finish your turn. Sorry. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Majority won that one. Yes. Nice. He's looking really rough, actually. Okay. 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 All right. Instead of him taking that damage, he grabs his mastiff and throws it in your path, and the mastiff is killed instead. Tamila, you have a moment. You remember that one you were saving Grace from the wolves, and there was that one sad little black wolf that was asking you for help, and you watched it die. You have a moment just remembering that as you see this happen. Just a memory. Eudora. Oh wait, no, Julius didn't go. Yeah, Julius is going to, he's going to, he focus on... well, yeah, his hunter's mark is on Vin, so he's gonna go ahead and attack Vin. Okay. I got his macro working. So, taking his longsword in both hands, he's going to roll a 12. He seems angry, but that is what it is. Okay, now I keep going too far. It's Eudora. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, how would you like to do this? Mm-hmm. 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 Nice. You see, he has a grin on his face as you do so. And as you finish the final blow, he turns into a cloud of smoke, which shoots out of the room. Just gonna move him to the GM layer. Let me check on how that works, because yeah, that is a good point. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. How does this work? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. The jewelry is left behind, but nothing else. So you do see a necklace clitter to the floor. Yeah. Make a medicine check. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it is not dead, so you're able to stabilize it, but it is unconscious from the pain. They have collars. When are you gonna leash them up to? Aw. Okay. There they are. Yes. He's hurt. He's looking a little hurt. His leg is little. Mm-hmm. Aw. You notice the blood on the leg stop flowing, and his wound is closed, although it still would be painful for him. Oh yeah, he left it in the chair. Yeah. It's a leather romance novel about kind of like a I don't know, D&D version of Frankenstein. No. She said the words, but there was no picture. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyone can make it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Pavel got a 20. Pavel, you realize you think more on the metaphor and think all of the other things are related to the Sinclairs. Perhaps it has to be something they wrote and they put their heart into. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Just doing some checks here as we move you to the upstairs, which you've never been to yet. Aw. Aw. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move you. Can you put a drawing over there where you want it? Or that's fine. Yeah. It's true. Good. Back. Get upstairs ready for you. Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. You approach and you see now Declan. Actually, Declan. Oh, I put your door on twice. She's cloned herself. No. And and his Bloodhawk and one of the tailors. Oh, yeah, you are. You gotta move to players. There we go. Can you see now? Okay, good. Okay. And this is a good stopping point. All right, great. Stop recording.